Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Just going to do a quick volume check and make sure that we are live. Hey everybody. Okay, sounds like we have volume, so thank you. All right, so today we're going to build the Tamiya, excuse me, Tamiya Hornet EVO kit. And this is my first time building the Hornet. I never built the Hornet before, not the first gen. I built the Grasshopper, which is, I think, pretty much the same thing. Couple of things that I was surprised about this kit was that the body was polycarbonate instead of plastic, and you actually have to paint this. It was kind of it wasn't difficult. It's just interesting that it's polycarbonate. So this adds just a little bit more difficulty to this kit. So let's get started. Step one is always going to be charging the battery for the RC car. You can go ahead and skip that. I'm going to start at step two, which is going to put together the differential here. So let's grab those parts. I'm going to try to stay organized and not lose any parts. MA8, I'm going to guess it's going to be one of these. So we'll just leave that out. Everything else is right here. I got the bearings, I got more screws. Yeah, just right off the side of the camera here. So let's do that. I'll hold on to that. So let's get started. We're going to need some grease. How's everybody doing? Thanks for joining me today. I have a feeling it's going to start getting warm in here. I got two overhead lights like right next to my face. And I'm in short sleeves, but I feel like the air is not moving, so might have to turn on the fan soon. Let's go ahead and get started here. We have the differential gear body right here. We're going to put a little bit of grease on the bottom here. Don't have to put too much. It'll spin around so you can just leave a dot. Then we're going to drop this gear, the large bevel gear, down. I'll spin a little bit. Then we're going to put a little bit of grease on the face of the gear, like that. And then we're going to take these small bevel gears, put a little bit of grease on the shaft. And this one, and we're supposed to put a little bit of grease behind every gear. That's going to be a little bit challenging for me, so I'll just put it on the diff body. And we're going to line up the ends of the shafts with these three grooves right here, if I can do that. All right, it should look like that. Grab a paper towel. And then we're going to put some grease on the face of each of these small bevel gears. So just make sure everything is greased up. This is not oil filled, so it needs the help. And then we're going to do the same here. I don't think I need to put any more there, but I will drop this on and put some on the back of this gear. And then these three little posts are going to line up with those three holes. No, I'm sorry, with these three grooves again. And those holes are going to be for the screws. And I believe it's just going to be this right here. How's everybody doing? If you want to say hi, feel free. If you want to tell me where you're watching from, I appreciate it. And if you've built this kit before, you're just interested in RC or whatever reason you're watching, I would love to know. So we just have to make sure we're using the correct screws. A little bit tedious, but it's worth the time. I got this Vessel JIS bits, and I'm hoping it works, so I can save myself some time and energy. It seems to work just fine. Just going to double check something. I want to make sure I'm recording along with the stream, because I do use the footage to make shorts. I don't know if everybody saw the shorts of the MO5 chassis throughout the month of January, but that's where that footage came from, was from the stream. So there we go. We're done with step 2. We have the diff gear ready. Let's go ahead and do the counter gear and this housing here. So I think it's going to be this piece right here, A1. Yep. I put these little tags on so I can see the trees really easily. I know they're labeled. That's how I figured out there's a tree, but sometimes it's really hard for me to see. I'm wearing my glasses already, but my vision isn't that great. So we're going to drop this counter gear, and we're going to need ball bearings. I actually got ball bearings for this kit, not knowing that it already came with ball bearings, but that's okay. I'm going to, let's see, so these are going to be, no, this one. This is the counter gear. I'm going to need one bearing on each side. And I'm going to use, I broke the bearing pusher last stream. I don't think I replaced it yet. So I'm just going to push it in with this. All right. Okay. And we're going to put this shaft through. I'm going to guess it's one of these. I'm gonna guess it's this one. I think this is the only one. There's two of these. They look the same. So we're just gonna thread that in there. And it's gonna be this way, it looks like. And we're gonna put it into, pretty sure it's gonna be that hole right there. Yep, just like that. And I'll put a little bit of grease from this side. That was more than a little bit. That's quite a bit. And then some from this side. And I'll just let that work itself. All right, we're done with step 3. Let's go ahead and do step 4. Now we're going to drop the diff in here. We're going to need one bearing there first. Okay. And we're going to need the other side of the housing. Should be this right here. Trees with mask. Vessel. I'll show you the packaging. I got this on Amazon. It came with 5 bits. I think these are the number 2s. And it came with one number 1. Not all of them are useful. I don't know if you can see that, but the it doesn't really. It's this part is longer than the usual 1/4 inch chucks, and it just doesn't seat all the way. This happens to be a little bit shorter, so this seats just fine. But if I try to put this one in there quite a bit, well, this one works. But the double-ended ones don't work really well. So that one's fine. I forgot how much it was. I think it was like $10, Timothy. Thanks for watching. All right. There we go. Trying to keep everything tidy up here. All right, so we're going to drop this in here with the screws facing out. Going to need another bearing here. And before we close it up, we need to put a little bit more grease. The grease will eventually work itself onto everything. You don't have to sit here and try to coat it completely. It'll work itself. And this is a synthetic grease that I'm using. I think the kit comes with, I think they're pointing to the ceramic grease that comes with it. I could have used ceramic. I have ceramic as well. But I just like using that synthetic, the silicone grease. So we have that going on. We have the bearing already. So let's go ahead and close this up. Yeah, I don't know if I have them in my Amazon store yet, but yeah, definitely. Let's see. These are made in Japan. GS5P01. I think that's what that says right there. All right. Let's see. So MA7 should be these again. Yeah, so we're going to need 4 of these. 1. 2. And should be this one. 3. And should be that right there. And I think this is going to fit better than this one. So Yeah, I think we're like 15 minutes into the stream and I'm already feeling a little bit warm. So, and it is a warmer day in Southern California today. For some reason, for February, it's pretty warm. I think it's in the 80s. Oh, there's ratchets. All right. So it looks like we're done with step 4. Let's go ahead and work on step 5. Let me turn on the fan. Crazy how fast it gets warm when you have 2 lamps on overhead. All right, so we're going to yank this off. Okay. And this time I'm not going to forget the motor plate like I did last time. Very cool. So we're just going to line up these 2 holes with these 2 right here. Onto there. Okay, and then this gear is the spur gear, and we're going to put a bearing on each side of this one as well as a shaft. And we're ready to put everything on. So let's go ahead and do the motor first, because that moves. So Tamiya always makes it really simple. If you build other kits, you'd have to kind of figure out the gear mesh yourself. But Tamiya makes these kind of foolproof. So this kit comes with a 17-tooth pinion gear right there. So we're going to be using the 17, I don't know if you can see that right there, 17 screw holes. So this one and that one, opposing ones. And let me grab the pinion gear. That's a really chunky pinion gear. Pretty big. All right, so we're going to need, this is usually 1.5 millimeter. Let's see. Yep. All right, so we're going to put this little set screw in here first, kind of halfway, and then the pinion gear. So that screw is going to line up with this flat part of the motor shaft. So let's line that up, and I'm just going to, and this one is flipped like this. I'm just going to gently tighten this just a little bit so it doesn't fall off. All right. So let's see. And now we're going to line up these 2 holes with the holes marked 17, like that. And we're going to be using MA3, and those are usually fine thread screws. So it's going to be in this bag, looks like. I think we're making good progress today. I think the steps are pretty simple. So far, at least. They're not overly involved or multi-steps. And I went through the manual I always do, but I kind of really try to understand what is going to happen through each step, and this kit doesn't seem like it's that difficult. I don't think it's as simple as the regular first gen Hornet, but I don't think this is going to pose too many problems. However, it is a lot of steps. It's not complicated, but there are a lot of steps. So I think I can finish this kit. I'm pretty confident I can finish this kit today. We may go longer than I usually do. I usually finish the kits in about 4.5 hours. But I think I'm just going to keep going until I finish it today. I don't want to, you know, finish it next week or stream again tomorrow. I want to, unless I really have to, I want to finish it today and just not think about it too much anymore. All right. I'm going to just lift this up just a little bit, like 0.5 millimeter off of the motor. Now I'm going to put this through here. I think it's this hole right here. And you can see the pinion gear and the spur gear is lined up. Just like this diagram down here, down there. And it does seem to be doing that. I think I can pull this pinion gear up just a little bit more. Like another fraction of a millimeter up. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. And let me go ahead and put some grease in there. All right, there we go. And let's go ahead and go to the next page. We're really flying over here. Attach pinion gear. This diagram. All right, we're gonna close the gearbox housing here and going to grease the spur gear. And just turn this a little bit. Okay, and let's grab that cover. Where did that tree go? Try not to lose. It's right here on my desk. All right, here we go. Let's grab this. Okay. I think we're done with this tree. And this is going to line up like this. Fits perfectly, and we need 3 screws, MA7 again. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be one of these. Yep. And this one. let's just tighten it with this. All right, there we go. We're done with step 7, and we blew through the first part of the build really quickly. I'm happy about that. So let's set this aside. We won't need this for a little while. And let's see what's next. Actually, no, I was wrong. We're gonna put the arms on here. My bad. Wasn't paying attention. So let's see, we're going to need a K2 and K1. And that should be these right here. I labeled it K. And this is one right here. So this is going to be this side. So let's go ahead and do 2 first. This is interesting plastic. I don't know if you can tell. This is matte, like a matte finish. This feels, it's a little bit flexible. Pretty neat. I think this is going to be upside down like this. And we're going to need to put a ball stud here. Let me just make sure I'm using the correct ones. MA16. Yep, looks like it's this one. So let's grab one of those box wrenches. It's going to be that right there, but I have so many of these. Alright, there's that, and let's go ahead and put this pin. Let's find this pin. It's going to be this really long one, so it should be this. Should be this. Alright, and this is going to thread through here. And then just underneath that, we're going to put a ball stud underneath here on this side. So let me see if I can put this on first. And it's going to come with a really long screw. MA1, it's going to be that screw right there. So, no, it's even longer than that. This should be it. And to facilitate this going in, I can put a little bit of grease here at the end. And let me just make sure I'm going to be putting this through the correct hole here. So it should be this one right here. And then have this meet on this side. Alright, I don't think this is going to fit here. Nope. So let's go ahead and hold it. And let's give this a couple more turns. It's a very awkward angle here. I think that's going to be tight enough. Let me do the other side real quick while we're here. Okay. And Make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay, so there's that. Now we can put on the arms, and the arms are going to be right here. It's going to come from the motor side. It's going to come from this side through, thread that through. Push it all the way in where the thread meets the lower arm, and then you can start turning this. I'm going to use the bigger one. Don't over tighten, make sure this arm moves. But right here you can tell the difference between the material. How this piece is shiny and how this is very matte. Interesting. Let's do the same with the other side. This is going to be K1. Okay, so it's going to be like this. And let's go ahead and put one of these ball connectors on. Alright, so we're going to turn this all the way in. Okay, and then we're going to do the same like that. Grab another one of those extra long pin pin screws, whatever Tamiya likes to call them. So make sure you can see I'm just threading it through the arm and then the gearbox here, and just kind of wiggle it and finesse with it until it goes through. Let's see, where's the hole? Okay, there we go. Push it as far as it will go, and then grab your screwdriver and finish that up. Just make sure you got plenty of play on these arms. I think this one is a little bit tighter than the other side. Okay. Okay. So it looks like we're done with this. Anti-wear grease. Oh, that was supposed to be anti-wear grease. It was supposed to be this one right here. Actually, this is thread lock. Ah, okay. Then, yeah, you should put some thread lock under here, the red thread lock. Made a mistake there. So, if you are following along, this is red thread lock. It makes it so that the screw will lock to the ball connector on this end and is less likely to come loose. I guess it's worth doing. We don't have any thread lock in sight right now, otherwise I would just use that. I don't like these tub style things. Anything. Even, oh crap. See, just like that. That's the reason. I am clumsy. Let's see. Where are the That's a lot more thread lock than we needed. All right, so there's that. You should read the manual carefully, not like me. I should have noticed that. It was thread lock and not grease. Huh. All right. Let's fix this end as well. This is probably going to be even worse because I put grease in here. All right, so let's see what we can do about that. This thread lock is pretty thick. Usually thread lock is very viscous or liquidy. This is almost like a gel, I guess, which is good. Easier to apply. I just don't like the applicator. I don't like these tubs. I don't know why everybody went to tubs. All of the team associated green slime, all the greases went from a tube to a tub, little mini tub like that. I just don't know why. Okay, now we're done with step 8. Let's go ahead and move here. We're going to build these little mini connectors. So let's go ahead and grab these ends. Should be these right here, and let's cut all 4 out. Take a sip of my drink. And these are going to be, I know I saw them. It's going to be this, and this is going to be, one side is righty-tighty, the other side is going to be left-tighty. So they're not normal. So this side with, one side is all thread. This side has a little bit of the shaft that has no thread on it. I don't know if you see that. So that's going to be this side, and this is going to be left. This is going to be counterclockwise to tighten. So for this, I'm going to need, you can use a wrench. Oops, not this. You can use a wrench if you want. I can see that how that would be pretty difficult to hold. They're talking about this wrench to hold this piece, but that's going to be a little bit difficult. And like I said, this is going to be counterclockwise to tighten. I'm also going to use my rod end wrench. And this gap is supposed to be 10 and 10.7 millimeters. All right. I'll do my best, but I don't think I'll be able to get it exactly 10.7. And this side is going to be normal, righty-tighty. Let me use the caliper since I have them. $10.7. All right, so let's go ahead and loosen this end a little bit. So that's going to be clockwise. Right on. Okay. So there's one. And let's grab the other one. And again, oops, this one. So this side where the thread doesn't go all the way to the nut part is going to be counterclockwise. Hey John, how are you? It comes with... Yeah. I think that's the first time I've seen Loctite in a Tamiya kit as well. I have Loctite somewhere. I usually don't associate Loctite with Tamiya kits, so I don't have it handy. I don't think it's even up here. I think it's in the garage. Or it might be in one of the little parts boxes. How are you doing, John? Thank you, everybody who is taking the time to watch right now. I appreciate it. Let's see. Actually made it worse. Okay, there. All right, there we go. Now we have to pay attention. Both of these are going to snap on with the blank side facing that way. This is going to be a pain for me. I don't know if I can get this on here. This is very awkward. Let me try pressing down on it. Let's see if that helps. Oh my goodness. Oh, brother. Man, that side, I barely get my thumb in there. Okay, now we're going to need to push these. Oh, look, you're supposed to use long nose pliers. I'm going to put these out drives in here, and these are going to be these short ones. There's only two. And you're just going to turn these. Oh, I got it first try. But if it doesn't go all the way through, you just keep turning it like that, and it'll go through. All right. We're good. Where are we now? We're at the uprights. We're right here. Oh, don't worry. You can watch. You can go back and watch. John. It is actually above average simple for the gearbox. There's only like 2 gears in there. And the diff was like oversized, so it was really easy to do. I don't know if anybody's planning on building this kit, but so far it's not bad. It's not that difficult. All right, so let's go ahead and grab these. They're both B2s, so I guess it's going to be both of these in here. All right, so I think we need the other parts just yet. All right, there's that. We're going to need the Loctite again already. Interesting. Let's go ahead and do that first. Going to put one through this end. I'm going to hold on to this thread lock because it's a gel. I haven't seen a gel thread lock before. It's pretty good. Pretty interesting. All right. Okay, so let me tighten this up just a tad bit. Okay, so there's one. And this is going to be met with one bearing and one wheel axle, these super long wheel axles. Going to push that through there. Just going to set this down for a little bit, do the other side. So on this side, the screw is going to come this way. Has anybody watching built anything interesting lately? So last month I built the MO5. That was, I don't think I've ever built an MO5 before. It was okay. It's kind of neat how it comes together. Also wasn't super difficult. I do have some difficult kits coming up. And I have pretty much most of the kits that I'm going to build this year in my possession already, which is pretty rare. Usually I buy them as I go, but this year I kind of planned ahead and I managed to get a lot of things either on Black Friday or very recently. And I'm happy about that, so I can plan it out. Just like the Grand Hauler, for example, I am not going to be able to do in one stream, obviously. I don't think I can even do it in 2 streams. So I'm going to take the whole month of May and stream every weekend until it's built. So I'm going to take my sweet time and build the Grand Hauler in May. So my plan this year, oops, that's what happens when you talk. So this year I plan on building everything live instead of doing the video series, which I normally do. And then making shorts with the footage. And then also splicing everything together into one video. So that's what I've come up with for kind of what I think is the most sustainable routine to produce content this year. If you look back on every year since I started, I've always taken like 2 or 3 months hiatus in the middle of the year because I just get burned out. Or I get busy at work, whatever it may be. And so I'd rather not do that. So I'd rather put out content consistently as every day with the shorts. And then still have the time to stream, which I really enjoy. Not only building it in one sitting, which I like. I don't have to worry about, editing or anything like that. It's just, I just keep going. I don't have to narrate everything perfectly. It's just, whatever happens, happens. Put some grease on the ends here. And then going back and did I mess this up? Let me see. No, this is the correct one. Okay, so this ball stud is going to be on here. And this pin is going to be this short pin. Okay, the short pin is going to be here. So I'm going to line this up first. And I'll show you. So that's what I've decided to do. So I think, and so far it's been, I don't want to say it's stress-free, but it's not stressful either to put out content every day now. The shorts don't take a lot of time. And actually I can do several at a time, which kind of frees me up to be able to concentrate on other projects at work and stuff like that. Which really works out for me. So I'm really happy I kind of found this routine that I can really live with right now. Well, it's still early. This is only the second month. It's only February. Maybe I'll burn out by like May or something. Who knows? But there you go. So it just connects like that. So make sure everything moves freely. I think we're moving pretty quickly. I appreciate it. I think we're going to be an hour in pretty soon, and we've made quite a bit of progress. Okay, and put some grease on both ends here. Okay, there we go. Very neat. That's a lot of travel. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and put this piece on. This looks like it's going to be part of the damper stay. And this is going to be E10. I don't think I needed the label here to tell this is the right tree for this piece. pretty obvious. I think you can tell that this is a very flexible plastic. And let's see, so it's going to be like this. Yeah, so this part right here is facing away from the gearbox. And we're going to need to put these ball studs on the inside holes on both ends here. So let's do that. I've never seen that screw before. Oh, that's just going to be the body post. That's interesting. An aluminum body post. Is Super Bowl next weekend, or is the NFL championship game next weekend? I think it is. February 8th, right? Who's everybody rooting for? Are you rooting for Seattle or New England? I'm going to root for New England because they knocked out the Rams. I'm not the biggest Rams fan, but, you know, they're an LA team, so I have to defend my own. MA7. How many of these MA7s are there? So good thing this particular bit is a little bit thinner. Actually, no, this fits just fine. This pretty big. But I do appreciate how narrow this one is. I don't see any more MA7s. Ah, there's a couple in this one. Nope, that's longer. That is also longer. Do I have any more screws here? Let's see. I don't see any more screws. I don't think I messed up, so let's see where I am. I'm thinking I screwed up somewhere back here, maybe. MA7. It's been MA7 all around. MA7, MA7. MA7. I used the correct screw there. MA8. Aha! I have a dilemma here now. So what I did was I used the wrong screw for the diff. These were the correct screws for the diff. So I can take everything apart and pull it out, or I can just keep moving forward. So I'm going to keep moving forward for now. Okay? And I'll go back and take this thing apart and figure it out later. I'm surprised the screws went in when I did the diff body. These are a lot smaller. I'm surprised that it worked. I'm trying to think if there's a way. There's no way for me to take this apart right now because everything is connected. I'm just going to try. I don't know if anybody's watching. Me be silly here. But I'm just going to see what I can do. I don't want to give up without trying here. If I can't pull it apart, I can't pull it apart. But I'm going to give it a shot. Ironically, I think this piece is going to get in the way. This is the only thing that's locking the two pieces together. All right. Okay. So let's see. This is adding a lot of time to the build here, but I want to do this right. Thank you, Tim. Thank you. I appreciate it. It happens. I was kind of excited to get to a quick start as well. So I really wanted to make good progress. I'll just use this for now. So I kind of rushed it a little bit. I'm just surprised this fit. I had no suspicion that these were the wrong screws at all. Oy. All right, let's see what we can do here. This is bigger, and where's the small one? Here it is. Yeah, you did not miss. You did not miss it, John. You are correct. That is that's a good one, John. I did it on purpose just for you. All right, here we go. So here we go. I didn't lose the bearing. I almost did. Let's see. So this gear goes in there, I think, or the other way around. Like that. gearbox. That gear goes there. And I don't think I'm missing anything. No, I think this goes back through here. This out drive is going to be a pain, but we'll see. See if I can manage to do this without taking that apart. Taking that apart. Let me see if I can just turn this. Oh, I got it. All right, and now let's put this back on. Yeah, more patient than me. Left the air and yeah. I thought about it. I do have a bag of screws, some leftover from other kits. So the temptation was definitely there. But it was a calculated move. If I had to take off the arms or any other part besides just opening the case, I wouldn't have done it. But I figured, I looked at it and I try to remember how this thing came together. I figured that I wouldn't need to take off the arms or anything, so yeah. It happens. But it's a good life lesson, I guess. You can make mistakes. And you can still overcome. You can fix it. It's never too late. We all make mistakes. Just have to figure things out. I think I make at least one big mistake every stream, so it's par for the course. Alrighty. Okay, I think we're there. Finally. All right, let's see. And it just keeps getting warmer in this room, I know. It's getting worse. Okay, did I take off any other screws? I have one left over here. Let me just make sure I didn't forget anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I think we're good. So we're done here. Let's do this. So this is E7. It should be this right here. Hey Tim, where are you watching from? I'm just curious. So this is going to be this way, I think. And we're going to need these screws, these tapping screws with the little flange. So it should be these. And this hex mount, which I think is going to be the body post. So it's going to be this. So this comes from the bottom. So it should be this hole right here. And how would this go on? Let's see. Box wrench. Okay, and then this screw, I'm gonna guess here, here, and here. All right, okay. That was 2 hours and 15 minutes, and we got through 11 steps. If I go all the way to the end, this book is actually like 40-something steps. So we're not there yet. But let's see. Wow, we're here. We're going to mount the entire rear gearbox onto the chassis. And here it is. Let's see how this goes. So this part is going to go through there. Like that. And I think this is going to cup onto these two hooks right there. Like that. And it seems like the holes line up pretty nicely. So we need this screw or bolt. Need a washer and a nut. Let's see, let's find those. 3x15, so there's that. There's the washer. I could never pick these things up. Let's see. I don't want those. I want the washer. All right. And then a nut, I think it's going to be one of these flanged ones right here. And we're going to go through here. Okay, and then tighten this from the back. Just want to make sure. I don't see any other nuts, so I'm pretty sure that's the correct. Okay. I have pliers somewhere, but I really don't want to get them out. I don't have to. Alright. So there's that. Let's do the other side. That should be this one. Okay. And a washer. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we are. I think we got that. We're supposed to chop this out, this little thing here. Let me see if I can just use this. It's pretty beefy. Yeah, it's not super clean, but it can be done. I'll see if that needs to be super smooth later. I don't know what that hole is going to be for. Let's go ahead and move here and put on the skid plate. And it's going to be E1. Again, I don't need to look for that too hard. Again, this is kind of the rubbery plastic, which makes sense for the skid plate. Which way does it go? It goes this way. So it should go like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these flathead screws, which I have seen. So these are 9s and these are 10s. So let's see, the 9s are the longer ones. So this looks like it's going to be a 10, so it's going to be back here. Let me just throw that on for a second. This looks like it's also another 10. And this is going to be a 9, looks like. And okay, there we go. All right, there we go. We're done with this. Oh no, we have 4 more screws here. It's going to be those 4. And it should be these. Yep. Let's see. Could I trouble everybody who's watching right now to click that thumbs up button for me? I would appreciate it. So kind of spreads the word around that I am live streaming. So hopefully more people will get to join us here and watch me look for a screw. Try to figure out if I messed up again. I don't see that last one. Do you guys? I don't see it. I don't think we've used one of these screws before, have we? We used this one. But that was a silver one, wasn't it? Aha! See, I did it again. I make the mistakes so you guys don't have to. Because this one is impossible to fix. Well, not impossible, just very difficult. This time I'm going to have to take the whole thing apart, looks like, if I want to fix this. Yeah, that is attached to the whole chassis. They're right there. The screw is right there. I can see it. But I have to undo all of this, everything I just did to get it out. But okay, well, it is what it is. I want to set a good example. Again, you make mistakes. Go back and fix them. It won't take forever. It'll just take a little while. It won't be that bad. The positive thing is you get to learn about your car just a little bit better than if you didn't have to take it apart. That wasn't too bad. That was just several screws. It wasn't too bad. So these two screws are going to be the silver ones. Should be these ones, which I didn't notice before. Kind of makes sense now, but because look how big the flanges are. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead and put this back together. Okay. At least I didn't have to take this off. So there's the bright side. That would have been a pain. Oh, I used the wrong flange screws. The two from this step. The two screws from this step was the silver ones instead of these dark ones. And I realized that after I got here, and I needed 4 to secure the gearbox to the chassis. So live and learn. So if you didn't hear me ask, if you can do me a favor and hit that like, hit that thumbs up for me, that would really help. If you are indeed enjoying this, which I hope you are, I am not very good at being left-handed. Some things I can do left-handed. Turning screws and nuts is not one of them, I guess. But I am really glad I have this new bits, these JIS bits. It's working really well, and it's come in handy quite a few times already. Oops. It is definitely making the build go faster. I noticed that just from just paying attention to the build. Why is this so loose? All right. Okay, and I think we're done here finally. I'm a little scared there's one extra. Okay, I think we're good. Why is this down here? That's so weird. Huh. Is that for... I hope I didn't do that incorrectly. That is so odd that it's down here, though. Huh. I mean, it's not impossible to take it off later, but I'm just going to double check. I am just going to double check. Oh, yeah, it's definitely coming from the bottom. It's probably for the battery compartment. Let's grab these roll bars, or these side bumper bars, whatever they're called, side guards. And this is probably the rubber re-ust plastic tree that we've handled today. Is that a word? Rubber re-ust. Okay, so we're going to slide a nut into here, looks like, and then throw that screw on. I think it's going to be this way. Okay, it's going to be like that. MA2. So it's going to be this through here, like that, with this nut dropped in there, I think. Alright, I need to put this magnet thing away. Okay, and one MA6 screw from the front. So up here, this is a MA6. It's going to be pretty long. There we go. I think these screws are meant to be able to come off pretty easily just from collisions and stuff. So that's pretty smart. Let's do that again for this side. MA2. Drop this nut in there. And then this screw in the front. Okay. And I think we're done with that step. That was 14. Yep, we got that and we got that. And let's go ahead and work on this front upper mount. I think we're going to take a quick break at around 3 o'clock, so about 25 minutes from now. Let's see. So this piece is M6. So let's find that. Should be this right here. And we need to find, have we started B parts bag? Nope. We're still in A parts bag. When I was doing the unboxing, I noticed just how big the A parts bag was, and it makes sense now. All right. Okay, there we go. And we're going to put this on here, I guess. Where does it go? So these two holes are going to line up with there. So it's going to be like that, it looks like. And this is going to be MA4. It's going to be this, probably going to be this screw right here. Yeah. And there should be another one, yes. So this is a very fine tip screwdriver, like screw head, I don't think this one is going to fit. I think it's going to have to be the smaller one. It should be this one. And I'm forgetting anything. Screw in the middle. Okay, and MA5 is going to be this. And then I don't know where the heck this is. M4. Is that a... Alright, so there's that. M4 is that right there. So let's hold it like that, and you can see how far that sticks up from this side. All right, that looks pretty neat. Very, very cool the way this thing comes together. All right, so let's go ahead and do this, and then we'll just take a quick break after this. I think that's a good stopping point. We'll be opening bag B parts bag, but let's finish this. So these are going to be the two, what are these called? I guess they're going to be shock tower covers. So let's find these. E6. This one is 6. John, if you're multitasking, what else are you doing? What are you multitasking watching RC car building with? It's going to cover like that. Note direction. So I think they're trying to point out the C is going this way and not this way. So let's do that. MA2. Where's this piece though? Where's MA32? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we got that. And we have the screw coming from the bottom. This is pretty much the only screw left. So there should be this one. So I think it's supposed to be like that. With this here. So let's try to put that together. The Orville. I'm not familiar with that. What is? Oh, you're watching something? Is that a show? Multitasking to me is making dinner and watching TV. This is really awkward angle here. I'll hold it like this. Ugh. Okay, let's see if that's going to work. Let's go ahead and do the other side. Oh, that one. With I forgot his name, Hans Gruber from Die Hard, that one. And Sigourney Weaver. I think that's the movie you're talking about. Everybody knows Hans Gruber. Oh, this is such an awkward angle to do this. I just need this to lock on so it doesn't fall off. Okay, now can I get this? And it's mostly because this axle is sticking out and I can't set this on the table. Alrighty then. I think that's pretty close. If not, we'll make some adjustments from there. But I think this is a perfect time for me to take a really quick break. So when we come back, we're going to start with start on step 17 and the B parts bag. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It's a TV show, basically Star Trek, but just different enough to not get sued. That's cool. I'm sure I've seen the show up here. Probably Netflix. Just, I'm not a super sci-fi fan. Like Star Trek, Star Wars, I'm just not super into those. Oh no, I see a drill here. Are you kidding me? A drill bit. Okay, well anyway, we'll see how it works out. I do have if I need to, but I'd rather not. So this is going to be P2. Should be this one. Put my glasses back on. P2. It should be this one. And what else? It says need to put this screw and that ball connector into this hole right here. So I need to ream this hole a little bit bigger. Why, Tamiya, do you do this to me? Why? I don't know if I am going to be able to do this gently enough to not cut myself or punch this all the way through, but I will try. Here's the B parts bag. So let's get started. Let's see, the thing we need, where's the screw we need, is this right here. I think it's going to be that. Thank you everybody who's watching. I think it's going to be this screw. Yep. So you're telling me I need to make this hole big enough, that hole big enough for this screw to go through. Alrighty then. I should have looked for this. I should have noticed this and did this during the break, but here we are. I'm just going to mute this real quick and grab what I think I need. I am not sure this will work, but let's give it a try. I do have drill bits if needed, but I want to try this first. I don't think this is going to work. Alright, so it's going to be this hole right here. Let me just double check. 2.8. So it should work. Maybe not. Okay, I'm going to find the drill bits. Be right back. Okay, didn't think I would need that. But let's see. I have no idea which one it's going to be. I think it's going to be in between these two. I'm going to try this one real quick. Actually, let me try this one first. So, again, it's going to be this hole right here. Let me sacrifice this. Let me just double check here. Should be this hole right here. I think that worked. I don't know if it's big enough. No, it's not that screw. Not quite there yet. Okay, so it's through now. So again, this is 2.8. This is 2.4. What the? So this one should be close. Let's see. Yeah, I think this can go through. Put a little thing there. All right, and then should be in here somewhere. There it is. Let me just double check. 817, yep. Let me get this on there. Okay. And alrighty then, so that was the most unnecessarily difficult and ugly implementation of a servo saver. Let's see how it goes next. Alright, let me clean up a little bit. Pin vise. I do have a pin vise, just not 3 millimeters. The thing I have is tiny. Let me just set this aside. Set this aside. All right. Let me put my glasses back on. All right, so we're here. And now we need a servo. And here's my servo. I've already centered it this morning before we started. So it's going to be like this. And we're going to need, I have a feeling it's going to be, I think it's going to be this one. Right, this is P5. I think it's this one. I think usually it's this one. Let me just double check. Because like I said, this is perfectly straight right now. Yep. Okay. Leave that. And then throw this on there. And then throw this on here. And then P1 is this little guy right here. And this servo usually is just one of these really simple screws that are of abundance. Let me just use this one. That was left over from the first bag, I think. I think that'll work. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so here we are. We're here. Step 19. Let's go ahead and put those mounts on each side. It's going to be M1. Going to be these two pieces. And it looks like this part with the notch is going to be facing away from the servo like that, and M2 screw, a washer and a big nut again, M2 screw, a washer that I cannot pick up, and a nut. Yep. And it's going to be this side with the hole. So it's going to be this and this and the nut in the back. All right. Okay, so let's do that. And tighten this. Need another one of those washers. And I think I screwed up. I think I put this on the wrong side here. I did. It should be upside down. But that's okay. Compared to the other mistakes I've made already, this is a piece of cake. I already have to go back and put something together like twice already. This is a piece of cake to fix. Mistakes are just part of the journey. Don't give up. You can do it. Everybody makes mistakes. Just keep moving forward. And make a little bit of progress every day. And even if you don't finish, you would have gotten farther than if you had not started at all. So just keep going. Keep trying every day. And this goes on here. And that's MA5. It's going to be a short screw. Let's see. I don't see them here. Actually, that could be one. Oh, it's right here. Okay. So that and a washer. This is MA20, still the bigger washer, which I still cannot pick up. And it's going to be that hole right there. grab this screw and this. Alrighty. There we go. It's pretty solid. Okay. Alright. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's that switch hole again, which we're not going to be able to fill. That's always pleasant. And then this is going to be MA6, which I do not see here. MA6 with another washer. I picked one up. And through this. Okay, there we go. Let's do this side. MA6. Is there a reason for the side bumpers? Well, I guess, you know, exactly what they say they are. They're bumpers. I guess they do something. I think on the older chassis, on the older, like the Grasshopper, the body kind of skirts out and it's hard plastic, so maybe it's more prone to snapping. Now that it's poly, I guess it's a little bit more flexible, but it doesn't hurt. I kind of like the look of the side bumpers. Kind of makes it look like a Grasshopper. Oh, those legs sticking out. All right, there you go. There's those side bumpers. So we're done with 19. Let's go to 20. And let's work on the electronics. So this is the 1060 that comes up, that comes with, the kit comes with. And unfortunately, this switch is not going to fit in that hole. So we're going to have a hole there for now. Just going to hook this on here. Tamiya needs to fix that. I don't care if you charge another $20 for kits, but you include the old Tamiya ESC with the big switch. Or you can ask Hobbywing to make the 1060 with the big switch so you can fill these giant holes. One or the other, Tamiya. Please do one or the other. What I've been meaning to do, but that's another hobby that I don't know if I want to get started on, is to design a 3D adapter, 3D printed adapter, where this would hook onto something like this, but except it's a small box That's the same shape and size as the Tamiya switch. So it kind of acts like an adapter. I would love to start a new hobby this year and learn how to do CAD and 3D printing, but I think I'm going to be busy doing this first. I don't know if starting a new hobby is a good idea right now. So there's that. I'm going to reuse this one. This one, you may have seen it last week or last month. I just took this off of the MO5. I do have other receivers and other transmitters. I just think whatever is the easiest to work the day of the stream, I just tend to go with that. And today, instead of trying to test some other ones or bind other ones, I know this one works from last month, so I just grabbed this one. And I'm going to need a hobby knife. I don't know why these are so hard to peel. All right. So I think that would work. All right, is that straight? Okay. God forbid. Okay. All right. Let's do it like that. And servo and ESC. Things plugged in. And the motor to the ESC. Let's go under here if we can. Let's get through here. Looks like for once I won't have to do any cable management, at least not for the motor. Usually the motor wire is all over the place, but this one looks like it's nicely tucked in. Okay, I'll figure out that stuff later. I don't need to worry about the switch because it won't reach. My ESC does not have 3 wires. This is a brushed ESC. Alrighty. There we go. We're really making progress. So 21 right here. Let's grab this. Let me just see if I can. What's the best way to do this? What is the best way to do this? Let's see. All right. So that is the ESC. Let's come from this way. All right, And then this wire. Alrighty, and pull that out. And this one, okay. And I guess I can do it for this as well. All right. Okay, so that's as neat as I can get it for now. All right, I don't think I need to use the zip ties, except maybe here. Maybe like right there. Let's see if I can just use this one. Alrighty. Okay, now MA3 E8. Let's find E8. Let me set this over here. E8. It should be that right there. So, a couple of these guys. MA3. Is it here? Is it already out here? Ah, it's right here. Is there more than one? Yes. So it should be that. Yep. So one on each end. Note direction, loose end of a position is required. Okay. Note direction. So I think what they're talking about is this hole. There's a hole here. It needs to be pointing outwards. So I need to kind of turn it. There you go. So it needs to be facing the side. I think that's what they're talking about. There we go. Okay. And this is going to go on top. Onto here. Like this. And I hope My greatest fear is realized. This can't be here. Because this needs to sit flush. Like that. Let me get this on here first and then we'll figure it out what we can do. And it's going to be MA12. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Shouldn't be this one. All right, now if I wanted to, I can put one there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I still want to. Okay, there we go. Actually, it looks pretty good. Okay, so I think we're done there, and I never used the antenna, so that's not going to be a problem. So let's go ahead and build these steering rods. More rods. Okay, so the rod ends are going to be here. And let me just make sure they're all the same. They look all the same. Okay, so how many do I need? I need to make 3 of these, 2 long ones and a short one. So let's make the 2 long ones first. Alrighty. And these turnbuckles should be in this bag right here. And I'll just use the small tray. So should be, nope, that's not even it. That is it. So this is righty-tighty. So this side is going to be righty-tighty. And the other side is going to be lefty-tighty. And this side is going to be, I'm going to turn counterclockwise to screw this on. That's just the way turnbuckles work. So let's see how close I am to 34.2 first. Okay, so I need to back it out a little bit. So 34.2. Okay, so this and then this. So let's try that. .7. That's pretty close. Okay, so notice one cup is pointing down and the other cup is pointing away. So that's going to be A right here. Let's build this bottom one. So again, this side is going to be clockwise. And this side is going to be counterclockwise. Or if you're from the UK, anti-clockwise. Whichever is correct for you is correct. Let's see where we are. 34 point. You know what? That's close enough. I'm not going to touch it. So this one is cup facing away and the cup facing down. This one is down and away. So we got it. So this one is A, this one is B. And then let me put them like this. Let me set them aside like that. Let's go ahead and build this one. This one is going to be a little bit different. First, we need to find that screw. And this is probably going to be 1.5 again. And let's grab one of these. It says to leave about 7 inches. I mean 7 millimeters. So let's see how far we are. Pretty close. And now we're going to spin it the other way and make this about 35 millimeters total. And the cups face the same direction, 35 millimeters. More. Huh. A lot more. 35. Maybe I should trim these a little bit better. They're going to be super close together unless they're shorter ones I didn't know about. Nope. They are the same. They're going to be basically touching. $35 I am not going to be able to make this 35. Remove. Okay. Now I see that. Make 2. Oops. It's really soft plastic. It's actually very easy to take off. Very interesting. All right, so there it is. Once again, I need to leave about 7 millimeters. And then turn this one on. And to make this 35 millimeters. So let's see how close we are. Very, very close. It's either one direction or the other. I don't know how to fix this. I think that's going to be close enough. So let's leave it at that. Okay. That's that link. Let's go ahead and do this right here. So let's do this. E4. These 2 ears. The 2 bell cranks, I believe they're called. And this is the I don't know, I call this the bridge, but I think there's another term for it. M2. Let's go ahead and get those things on there first. So it should be this side, like this. Aha, just pay attention. There's 2 of them here. So this one is 6. So 6 is the shorter one. So let's hope I didn't use the wrong ones before. Which is entirely possible. That looks a lot like well, since there are 3 of this one and only 1 of this one, and this one is front screwing, this is the correct one. The other 2 still needs the box wrench to fasten. Okay, so there we go. And these are like that. So this is going to need two bearings on top, and they're going to be, it should be these two right here. All right, and then the bell cranks should be these. All right, I don't think I need to put the bearings on just yet. I will put the links on though. A is going to be this side. B is going to be on this side. And then and this is MB3. It's going to be a flathead screw, so it should be this. I think it is this. No, that's not a flathead. Okay. It's an awkward screw to be using, but that's what it shows. All right. And this. All right, I will hold on to those two bearings because I don't want these to fall out while I'm putting the rest of it together. I think we're done with that. Now let's put the front lower arms together. Yikes. Let me throw this away. This is M5. Not that many pieces left, so it's kind of easier now. All right, and then the arms. Let's see, J2 and J1, so let's do J2 first. All right, I think these will just come right off. All right, and so this and that. No, it will be... It's going to be this way. No, this is correct. And there's going to be a big pin here. I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what yet. Okay. So this ginormous pin is going to go through here, all the way through. Okay, and then that's that. And then this arm is going to be this way. Such a bizarre way to put this together. I don't think I've built arms like this before. But hey, it's something different. Alright, and then this, and we're going to have these two standoffs. Probably going to be these right here. And these two MA4 screws. Should be these. And we're going to need the thread lock again. It's going to be this hole. Alrighty. And where's the other screw? There it is. Use quite a bit of this thread lock. There we go. We are good. And now let's mount this onto the chassis. This is such a complicated kit compare. I mean, it justifies the price, I guess, because this is quite a lot more expensive than, say, a Grasshopper or the original Hornet. It is, if you do enjoy building kits, this is kind of fun. This is fun. At least for somebody like me, it's fun. It may or may not be fun for you. It just depends. So we're going to need those bearings now. I want to say this is actually pretty challenging, because not all of this it's not very intuitive. I'm going to snap this onto this ball connector first, as it will be impossible after the screws go on, and it holds it in place. All right, so there's that. I'm going to prop this up just a little bit. What do I have here? Okay. All right. Okay, now we're going to drop this on here. Correct? Yep. And these two standoffs are going to go in there. So interesting how this works. How this is coming together. It seems to work though. There's one. There's the front side. The back doesn't seem to... Oh, there it goes. I have my reservations, but seems like it's correct. The steering links are out. Okay. All right. MA7's all around. MA7. Da-da-da. Alrighty then. Okay, so we got all of these going on. Are those bearings or bushings? These are actually bearings, and they came in with the kit, surprisingly. They are shielded ball bearings. Nobody was more surprised than me because I bought the ball bearing set separate, not knowing until I found out. So let's go ahead and build this. One more link. Make 2 front upper arms. Okay. So we need 4 of these. Put that back. How are we doing? I'm just curious. All right, we got the uprights, we got the dampers, got the wheels, and that's pretty much it. Okay. We have turned the corner already. I don't think we're in the second half. Let's put it that way. We are not at the home stretch yet, but we have turned the corner. There we go. So this side again is righty-tighty. Clockwise to tighten. And the opposite side is going to be anti-clockwise, counterclockwise to tighten. And this time the gap needs to be 18.2 millimeters. And the cups do go in the same direction. So let's see. 18.2. Not too bad. I'm just going to tighten this side, I think. Probably one more turn. Perfect. Okay, let's make another one. Let me take a sip of my drink. Again, 18.2, 18.5. Let's see where we are. Don't go too far. The cups are in the same direction. I think that's going to be pretty close. I don't think I can get it any tighter. Let me see. Okay, we're good. All right. Okay, so we're going to be working on the front axles now. So this piece is B1. Put these over here. I don't think, I think they're these right here. They're both B1s, right? Yep. Then M3. So let's do this side, M3, M3. Okay. So, do these sides matter? I think it does. This side, the top side, has a little neck. I don't know if you can see that or not. See that little? It's like a little neck. It's kind of flush on this end. So this is the bottom, this is the top. So it's going to be like that, with one pin on top, with the axle going through. That's the first time I've seen this. Okay, let's find that axle first. So this is the axle, like that. And then this is going to go in like this. This is going to be the pin. So this is going to drop in. And then it's going to lock the axle in place. If I can find it. There we go. And then go all the way in. Well, this is definitely better than the old design, where it's one piece, and if you break it, you have to buy the whole pair. I mean, this is less likely to break. I've broken one on a Subaru Brat once. One of my very, very first videos back in 2019, I think. I took the Brat to the track, and I think after only a couple laps, it broke the front axle, and I had to finish my day. So that was unfortunate. So I think this is a much better design. All right, MA6, 16. Da, da, da. All right. This poking through concerns me a little bit, but I don't think it's wrong. So there's that, and then this one comes from the front, and I'm going to need a little bit more Loctite. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit too much play for me. It's okay. It's rear-wheel drive, and it's a buggy. It's fine. Tolerance don't have to be perfect. If it was another kit, I would shim the heck out of that. But that's not important here on a Tamiya kit. I think I asked on on my post, my community post one time, if anybody would want to watch me build a Team Associated TC 7.2, which I would probably build the TC 8. And I was surprised a lot of people would want me to build that, watch me build that. I thought my channel was dead, you know, just ride or die with Tamiya content, but apparently I think the on-road content, oh, actually, it's a pin. I think the on-road audience is pretty hardcore as well. They would want to watch anything hard, like as long as it's on-road, which is good to know. You know, because I'm not going to build everything Tamiya this year. As a matter of fact, I think the next kit is going to be a 3 racing kit. Not everybody will like it. Not everybody will watch. But that's okay, because not like everybody's watching this stream either. I think that my content is more reference material. It's not like the latest and greatest, so you're not really missing much if you watch it later. Unless you're happen to be trying to follow along, which I'm probably not the greatest person to follow along live, because as you can see, I make mistakes. I made 2 pretty big mistakes in the beginning. I had to disassemble quite a bit to get it back on track, but I managed. Alrighty. Okay. There's a lot of play on this as well. Okay. Ball studs. Here we go. This one. So let's do this. And then it looks like it's going to be from this side, from the front, through there. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next step. Let's see where we are. So we're going to drop this on. I think this is this one. Yeah, I think this side is this one. And the pin's going to come from the front. This connector is going to snap on to this, I think. It's supposed to. It's not showing it yet. I'm wondering why. Huh. Okay, I'm not going to snap that on yet. It's not showing that quite yet. But I will put this one on. And the turnbuckles this side. And it's going to be that ball stud right there. That ball stud right there. To the top of the upright, like that. And then same for this side. The screw pin goes in from the front. And this one, again, the turnbuckle is on that side. Alrighty then. And this, actually, this needs to go on the other side. So this one needs to be on that side. For some reason, they're not snapping this onto the upright, the arm here yet. I don't know why. We'll find out. So let's move on. It's time for dampers. Wow. Oil-filled dampers. This is going to be fun. You know what? Let me take a quick break because we're at C parts bag. I'm going to just use the facilities, come back, and then we'll start right there. It's a good place to stop. Take a quick break. Alright, I'm back. So I'm not sure just how big these dampers are going to be, so I just brought out the stand. So this piece is going to be, I think, on the bottom. So this is a very simple thing. It's just a something to hold the shocks, dampers, whatever, while they are being built and waiting for the oil to settle. Let's see. I think it's this way. And it should fit there. If it doesn't, I'll switch these around. So let's go ahead and grab the C parts bag. And I know we're going to need one of these, and we're going to be doing front first. We're also going to need either one of these. I think the front's going to be shorter, so it should be that one. We'll find out. Yeah, I think it's going to be this one. And I'm not sure if these matter or not. I guess we will find out as well, but I do need to figure it out now. So this is V. Let's see if this is V or not. This is V. These are X, so this is going to be for the back. We need the pistons right away. Well, we need the body right away. Let me put this to the side. Let's grab those bodies, which is this. And we're going to need two of these rubber O-rings. Just put this here. And going to kind of put a drop on these O-rings as we put them in before we close them up. Should be this piece right here with the bottom cap. All right, and then we're going to take this shaft, which should be here. Let's put these aside. And take these. So we need to put the E-clips. Just make sure, yep. And we're gonna need oops, needle nose pliers to get these on. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to need this 3-hole piston, I believe. Yep, 3 holes. So it should be that one. And they look the same top and bottom. Get that on there, and then we're going to put another E-clip on top of this. And then we're going to put this on. If I can. All right, that's a satisfying snap right there. And now we're going to push this through. We're going to put a little bit of damper oil on this end before we push this through. Then I'm going to put this spacer V11. Let's see. 10. So where the heck is 11? Is that somewhere else? Because I only see up to 10 here. Okay. I see 3 and I see 10. I am missing something here. I am not seeing something. Let me see. Did it fall out? No. These are X. I am stumped. I don't know what this is. This V11 thing is. Where the heck is V11? It's none of those. Only thing that looks close is this right here, but it's not that. Let's see. Well, let's look in the back and see where we are. This is a Tamiya version of the Vontae. 400 pounds. What is the Tamiya version? How is that different? I'm just curious. I'm not very familiar with Tamiya. I know the Vontae. I know that. V11. I do not see a V11. I must be smoking. Or Tamiya is smoking something. Am I wrong? V11. Huh. Let me just look in the box real quick, just make sure. No, I don't see anything. There's nothing left. There's no... Oh! It's... Oh my goodness. Jeez. You see that? That's 11. And it's molded right there. It's crazy. Don't make me Google something while I'm trying to build this, John. What is the Tamiko version of the Avante? What is Tamiko? I think I've heard of Tamiko, the brand, but I don't know exactly what it is. So I need this right here. V1, which is this. I almost lost my mind right there. Trying to figure out what that was. Alrighty, okay. So 18 millimeters again. I think that's pretty close, but let me just pull it out a little bit. Okay. Now I just need to shove this thing in there. Where is that thing? Oh, is it this? I thought I saw it. Is it this? I thought I saw this. Is this rubber? MC7, so it should be one of these metal things. It's not this. Ball collar. That's another thing I'm missing. Oh, there it is. Man, that's hard to see. That is very difficult to see. Here it is. So how does this go in? I just force it? Oh. Was not difficult at all. Okay. So I've got one done. This is going to on either side. Let's do the other one. Start with the shaft. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I had somebody knock on my door. And I don't know if you can hear that, but I do have someone needing to use the restroom adjacent to my room where I am, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's just part of live streaming. I don't know, can you hear that, John? It's just water running. Alrighty. So let's see where we are. Let's go ahead and do this again. And the end cap is right here. All right. Going to drop that on there. Okay, and going to find V11, this little spacer right there. And then V1, which is this. And this needs to be 18 millimeters. So I just need to tighten this just a tad. Okay. So there's that. So I got two now, I think. No, I need to put this in here. Okay, so before I go into the next step, go from there. Actually, I'll just do it in sequence. What the heck? It doesn't hurt. I don't have to wait 20 minutes. It's fine. I'll just fill this up and just go from there and just keep moving. I don't want to have to stop. What I was going to do was to assemble the rear ones as well, and then add the oil together and then just wait and then just keep moving. But I don't think I need to wait 20 minutes for this kit. I think it'll be fine. So let's see. So we're going to pick these up and just kind of move them up and down 3 times. That should settle quite a bit, and that, geez, kind of emptied out. All right, get all the bubbles out again. 1, 2, 3. So from here, I don't know if you can see the little bubbles in there, but from there I would normally wait 20 minutes. But I don't think we have that luxury right now. So we'll just keep moving. And we're going to put the bladder on. I think this one can be a little bit more. Okay. Going to put the bladder on. Green. Pick the right one. And then the top cap. Make sure these are tightly closed. And then the other top cap. Alrighty. Those are good. And use damper spacers to alter ground clearance. No way to know that now before we set the car down. So let's go ahead and put the spring on and then put on the perch, which should be that right there. And the springs should be the black ones. Let's see. There's a huge difference in size between the front and the rear dampers. Just squeeze that and then drop that on. You could definitely use a spacer, but we'll find out after we set the car on the table. Alrighty. Now let's do the other one. Let's see. Where is the other? There's the perch. These are actually quite beefy. Dampers. They're quite nice for a Tamiya Buggy. They're not like the cheapest of the cheap. They actually have some thought behind them. Alright, so I think I got everything except the preloads, but that's okay. So let's move over here. We're going to mount them onto the chassis on the front. Have these been snapped on yet? I feel like they just forgot to tell us to snap this on. I'm just going to snap these on. These. Because I feel like they just forgot. There's no reason why these are not already on. Okay. So, let's go ahead and put these together. I'm going to need that sleeve right there, and then a screw in the front, and then a nut in the back again. Is it these again? Oh, these are pretty huge. I think it's going to be these small ones. Yeah, I think it's going to be that one. This looks like it's for the wheel. And then that screw is going to be probably not these. Okay, there we go. So this is going to go in here. And it doesn't say what's going to fasten it. It's just going to go in there, so we'll figure that out later. This is going to go like this. There's going to be this sleeve through there. The screw's going to come out from the front. Come in from the front. And all right. Let's see why this is not. All right, let's see. Okay, and we'll leave it like that. Let's do this side. Damper, this copper sleeve. Going to put that there. Hold that up. I think it's going to be this screw. Some thread lock. Too much thread lock. And then a flange nut on the back. Gonna be this one. It's thinner, low profile. The other one is probably going to be, the other four are probably going to be wheel nuts. And there, now we're ready. We're done with that step. We're done with 32. Oh, we're really making quick progress right now. Okay, and now we're going to put the front bumper on and secure with those two pins. Oh, now we're going to... Okay, well, I skipped a little bit ahead. Like half a step ahead. Okay, so let's put these pins on. And I think they're going to be in this bag. I think that's going to be this right here. Okay, and so we're going to push it through here and through the bottom of the damper, and then we're going to tighten this. Okay, and then other side. Alrighty, and then we're going to put on the bumper. Three MA6 screws. can't be that way. Huh. It's very strange. Okay. Normally, I'm just going to try this. Normally, they would kind of cup in there, but I guess not. Okay, 3/6 should be these. No. Should be one of these. No, they're going to be longer. And there should be 3 of them. Yeah, you see them. Alrighty then, so that's step 33. Whew, that's pretty sophisticated for a Tamiya Hornet, but there we are. Let's go ahead and build the rear dampers. I'm going to repeat the same thing pretty much. So let's grab these. Okay, let's put those aside. Just trying to tidy up here, just out of the frame. So a little bit easier to work. Okay, I'm just going to cut this out and set it here so I can throw this away, make some more room. I don't think we'll need these, but I'm just going to cut them out. All right. All right, just tidying up. Okay, so next we're going to build the rear dampers, which is going to be a lot longer. So let's get these off. Alrighty. Alright, so same thing. 2 rubber O-rings. Bottom cap. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the shaft now with the E-clips. I don't know what those little nuts are for, and I'm a little bit afraid to ask. Gonna need those. It's the 3 holes again. So let's grab that. Da-da-da. Okay. And now we're going to put a little bit of oil at the end here. And push that through. Going to need this spacer, which is that. We found that out the hard way. It is this little tiny spacer hiding. And then we need the end, which is X1, the same as the front dampers. Okay, so the spacer first, and then this. And the space is going to be 29.5. Looks like I need to bring this back up a little bit. 29.5. I think that's going to be close enough. All right, let's set that here. Alrighty, and then same thing again. The shaft, E-clip, and then the piston, and then the E-clip again. Wow, okay, that's not easy. Sometimes you just get lucky. go. Drop that back in there. Spacer. Paper towel. Doo-doo-doo. $29.5. Alrighty. Okay. So we are ready. These two are pretty darn big. I'm going to switch these two so I can keep this one up front. So I can have these up top, I mean. They need to be fully extended while I pour this in. And no wonder this bottle is so big. Okay. So let's move these up and down 3 times. So normally you would wait about 20 minutes for those air bubbles to escape. But since we are doing this live, 20 minutes of dead time would be no fun. So let's go ahead and just keep going. Oh, jeez. I didn't see those. I usually don't spill because I usually don't fill it up enough, but that time I did. All right, so let's finish this. I'm going to be working on the wheels next. I think we're almost done. I feel like we're very close. We made good time today. I left myself a lot more time than this, than yet last week, let's just say, to finish this kit. I anticipated to go another hour, maybe 2. But I think we're going to be pretty good. I think the wheels are next. The body is already done. Well, mostly done. There's a couple of things I haven't done for the body yet. But I'm not going to do those things on stream anyway. I'll show them to you. I'll show it to you. Okay, there we go. Let's put this on. And This does not have the sleeve here or on top. Okay. Oh, both are just ball connectors. Again, I'm not going to put any preload spacers just yet. I don't know how the car is going to sit. I'm just going to snap these on. Okay. Now where are we? We are here. We're going to start doing the wheels. Awesome. Wow, we're really making good progress. I think I can put away the oil now. That's what those little nuts are for. That's going to be terrible. Okay, but let's just go ahead and do it. Alright, so these are kind of like pretend bead locks. I think it's going to be these 3 pieces. So let's try one. Let's grab a wheel, and they look the same on both sides. So first thing we're going to do is stuff this piece in there, and then turn it, and then okay, so there's no doesn't look like there's a lip there. All right, so yep, this looks correct. So now we're going to put this one in the back, line that up. I think it's this side. Gonna line this up from this side. And okay, well, that's not lining up properly, but we'll see what happens. All right. So which way is front? So I think this way is front. And these are the screws we're going to use. And it's going to come out the back. I need to put my goggles on. I can't see it all. Boy. No tire inserts. I don't think so, no. These off-road tires. Okay, these are not lining up all the way. This piece was off. That's better. Okay, and now need to put a nut in there and turn this. I keep dropping that. Okay, so let's try this by hand. Does this work? Okay, now it's turning. So let's go ahead and do this. Oh, you can see it now. Let's see. Yeah, okay. It's doable. It's not like the easiest thing in the world, but it's also not very difficult either. Ah, please. I don't recommend building these in one day, by the way. In one sitting. You're kind of taking the fun out of it. The whole fun of building kits is kind of like enjoying yourself. You know, either you build it in one weekend or you just take your sweet time and build maybe a couple steps every night and take a whole week. If I wasn't making content and I wasn't recording at all, that's what I would do. I would just take my time. Maybe do like 3 or 4 steps and then come back next day and do some more. But I'll probably be building like 2 or 3 kits at the same time. Because, you know, just ADHD would kick in and I wouldn't be able to start and finish one. So I guess for me, it's better to sit down and do one. Am I even using the right screws? There are some very similar looking screws. Well, at least this one I am. Alright, this bit is great. Actually, this whole set is great. That's where this bit came from. I just got this. I think after the last stream it came in, and I'm really glad I got this. These are all JIS bits, and it goes from like 1, 2, and 3, and this came in really handy today. These pretend bead locks are actually pretty nice. Whew, it's nice. I like these wheels. After this one, I might need to just real quick 30 seconds to run and get some water. So, and I need to clean my glasses. Jeez. All right. There we go. Here we are. This is the front. Why do these get captured? I think this one is this one. Is this side. It like doesn't want to come out. I'm gonna move this before it goes all the way in. Okay, and then this side. Alrighty. Ta-da. This is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I looked at these wheels and I thought, wow, this is going to take forever. But no. It's not that bad. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty then. So I think we're done with the rear tires. Let's see how they work. So we need these, actually let me go grab some water because we're essentially done. Just going to do the front tires and we're done. So let me just go get a sip of water real quick. Be right back. All right, I'm back. So let's see what we need. We need that, we need a pin, and we need a bearing. Whew, whew, whew. This was really fun, actually. A little bit more difficult than I anticipated, but it was quite interesting. Okay, so let's grab this. And I know I have the bearings. They were just here. I was looking at them. Here it is. Why are there so many left? I'm sure I'm missing one. Oh, maybe in the front. Yeah, the front needs 2 each. Okay. So bearing here. With the pin to lock it in place. These are some beefy pins. And then this, with this side facing in. And line that up with the pin. And then the wheel. And I don't know if you can see this, but these right here is going to line up with those. And that's how it's going to lock in. Instead of the hex, normal hex shapes, we're just going to try to line it up and have it seated. And then we're going to add a wheel nut. That is sticking out really far. I wonder if I did something wrong. Did I forget anything? I don't remember this thing being so sticking out so much. Well, actually, it is. At least in the box it is. Well, interesting. Trying to stay in frame. Grab another pin. Again, this side down. All right, and then the wheel. Okay. Alrighty then. Such a strange. Okay, let's do the front tires, and then we're done. Alright, so let's do the front. We're going to cut those wheels out. Pretty much the same thing. 3-piece wheel. Kind of like pretend bead locks. same on both sides. Okay, all right, now the front. I think this is going to be the back. Could be wrong. This is the front. Is this correct? Let's see. F1 is the front, so F1. No. I was wrong. F1, F2. So I was wrong there, so I got to take these back out. So this side is the back side. I was correct the first time. So it should line up like this. And this side should be like that. This pick come in handy. All right, now we can screw it together. And it makes sense that these are going to be a little bit shorter screws. Hold on. All right, let's see. All right. Okay. And Awesome. Let's do the last one. Okay. Let's get this in there. Oh. You know how it gets at the end of the day, you start getting tired. Things, just regular things start getting more difficult. That's where I am right now. I think I'm just running out of strength in my hands. Alright, let's try this. Let's try this and try not to poke myself in the eye with a pick. There we go. Okay. All right, so this is the back. And this is the front. Now we're pretty much at the home stretch. There isn't really much left. Huh. Well, let's try a different one. All right. Okay. Just gonna press down and turn. All right. I got one. Alright, just going to finish this up. Just a few more screws. We're going to put the wheel on and work on the, oops, that fell out. Work on the battery compartment cover. And then we're done. I think we'll be done by 6, so it's going to be a 5-hour build. Longer than usual, but not as long as I thought it was going to be. I really gave myself until like 7, maybe even 6 hours to do this, because it just looks more sophisticated, but actually it really isn't. I think just the way it's put together is different than other things I've done before, but it wasn't more difficult. I had a pretty easy time. Didn't really get stuck anywhere. I've been stuck in other kits before. I didn't really get stuck on this one. I did have to double back twice because I screwed up with the screws. I used the wrong screws and I had to go back and take it apart. That happened twice, but that's okay. All right. So we're done there. Now let's put them onto the chassis. And we're going to need 2 bearings, 1 on each side. It doesn't really need a hex. There's no hex at all. So it's just going to be the bearings, and screw that on. Easier than, yeah, well, that's a tough one. Yeah, I think so. I think so. This is just different. I'm not even talking about this is off-road or on-road. I think it's just the manual's easier to read. It's broken down a lot better. It's very linear, right? There's nothing, there's no decisions to make. Not like the DCRM, I have to, keep track of front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, and wheelbase and stuff like that. Pretty straightforward, very linear. Just follow step 1 through 40. 41. Let's grab that battery. And this thing. Okay. Alrighty. Here's the battery. I don't even think this is gonna fit like nicely in here. It's just gonna keep rattling in here. Does it even fit lengthwise? It should. This is not a terribly big battery. Which way should it be? Yeah. is not fitting. How is this supposed to work? Let me try this way. This compartment is not big enough for this battery. This is like the... I thought this was like the standard size battery. Let me see. Here is one of those old nickel metal hydride batteries. This barely fits. So this isn't going to even take a lipo. Let's see how much longer this is. Yeah, this is, I don't know if you can see that, but that's maybe a 1/4 inch. Huh. Oh, what about a square body? Yeah, about the same. So this car can't even use a LiPo battery. Well, that is not a good thing. Okay, so let's see what we're doing back here now. So, okay. So I think that slides in like this. Is that how it works? E9 then simultaneously is loose. Okay, well, I need to turn this in just because I can't even close this unless I'm doing something wrong. I don't even know where it's caught. Is it caught up here or? Oh, there it is. Okay. That doesn't look right. It keeps popping up down here. You would figure Tamiya would have made this a little bit easier to do, since this is a whole redesign. A modern version of this. I think it might be this screw right here, maybe. Wow, this is really killing me right here. I'm just gonna tilt that down a little bit. What is it caught on? I don't know what it's caught on. It keeps popping up over here. Like this piece, I guess I just need to keep pushing. Okay. That is just bizarre. E9. Let's see. E9 is this right here, sitting right next to me. Mix the lipo that same size as. Oh, okay. I'll look into that. I like Wolfpack stuff. They're not terribly expensive. They're not the fastest, right? They're not the strongest batteries, but at least they don't like swell up like all the ProTech batteries that I've had. It's like a waste of money when I buy ProTech batteries. Alrighty, so that's that. And that would be this pin right here. This one, wait. Is it this pin? Yeah. So I need O-ring down there. This is not gonna go down all the way. There's just no way. And I need to turn this up a little bit. How are you supposed to do this with just your bare hands, or how's that even possible? Okay. Alrighty. Which way? I can't see the whole road tested. No, I didn't test the I haven't tested any car I've built this year so far, or last year. The only car I drove last year that I built is the TA08. That's the only car that I've driven. There we go. I think we're done. Let's give this a shot. This doesn't launch. Okay, so here we go. I think the throttle is reversed. We'll see. Hey guys, it was working when I tested this before. Why is it not working now? Steering is backwards, but that's okay. It's not too bad. I don't know how to do that. I don't want to do that right now. But I think we're done. Yours have melted 2 silver can motors. Huh. The Wolfpacks? I thought the Wolfpacks were pretty they're not very strong, right? They're kind of just very basic, weak. They're like 30 Cs. Like nothing fancy. This is 3300. This is 30C. You know, nothing really crazy strong. Oh, I keep that in mind. I ran this battery in the TT02. I don't think I had any problems with it. But you know, I don't run my cars that hard. I did run the TA08. You know, just regular track running. You can say that's probably as hard as I ever run my cars. And it was fine. It was fine. Oh, actually, I didn't cut the holes on the body yet, so I won't be able to show this. But the chassis is done. I'll finish this up tomorrow, and I'll post some pictures, I guess. The driver figure I finished painting. Driver figure, I touched it up. I touched up the rim here and the back. I never know what to do with the eyes. They should be white or not. I don't know. This didn't fit because it was longer than the nickel metal hydride one by like a 1/4 inch. It was quite a bit longer. Wasn't even like a little bit. It was, you know, like literally a 1/4 inch. Yeah, only this one fit. This one didn't fit either. So I don't know what's going to fit in there. Except the nickel metal hydride. I'm probably going to sell this. So I need to make sure people are aware. I thought this was an interesting kit, though. Kind of like a modern retro Tamiya buggy. I think if you wanted like a real modern Tamiya buggy, you have to get that new one that's coming out, the 4-wheel drive one. This, I think they just really wanted to build I think a little bit more sophisticated Hornet. I wish they chose the Grasshopper instead. I always like the Grasshopper more. This definitely needs some of the preload spacers here, at least in the back. Yeah, I think this will drive just fine. It's just I don't like the battery. I don't like the battery compartments on the bottom like that. No cars and 0 cars. I like them like that. I don't like the fact that this has the switch on the bottom when they don't include the right ESC with the switch. I'm impressed with the oil-filled dampers. They're pretty decent for a Tamiya kit. I like the arms. I like the whole suspension. Let's put it that way, front and back, how everything's put together. Everything else, I think it wasn't that hard to build. But yeah, I wouldn't like get this to be my only RC car though. I mean, if for nothing else, you can't run lipos. But otherwise, it's a cool car, I think. Good for the retro fans who want to get something a little bit newer looking. Okay, so I think I'm gonna call it here. I want to thank anybody who stopped in during the entire stream. Thank you, John, for hanging out with me. And let's see, maybe scroll back up. Timothy, if you're still there, thank you for stopping by. Anybody else who's watching this, or anybody who managed to watch the VOD sometime in the future, all the way to the very end, to now where I'm talking, thank you. Make sure you hit that like button before you leave, though. I would appreciate it. I'll see you guys next month, and I'll announce which kit I'm going to build. I'm probably going to build I haven't decided 100% yet. Probably going to build the 3 Racing M225, another M chassis. After that M chassis, I'm going to build the Tamiya M07R as well. So I'm going to build like 4 M chassis this year. I'm waiting for a body for the M225, the 3 Racing. I'm going to try a new brand. I'll try Zoo Racing. I like bitty design, but lately I feel like the plastic isn't as great as it could be. But cool. All right, guys. Thank you. Signing off. See you guys next time.